just when I think I've fixed everything there is to fix, my internet drops out. So apologies for the stream hiccup there. Not entirely certain what's happened, but hopefully the internet is not going to depart me again. There's not much I can do to control the internet having timeouts, unfortunately. So then, top two, it's still Little Blacko and Speedy Tyres. Now, Speedy Tyres just set a 34.680 last time across the line. Just got caught out, though, a little bit by Kazi 1 there. Lost a few hundredths as a result. But yes, Speedy Tyres looking like the quicker driver at the moment as the race wears on. Meanwhile, Kiwi and Brandosa. Oh, Kiwi there getting very sideways, and Brandosa through into P4. Recovering from that early pit stop, of course. No, I checked the router for cats, Tom. No idea what's happened with the internet there, but hopefully that was a one-time issue. Pray to various deities that is the case. Xylon, meanwhile, leads in GT by just 2.5 seconds. It's still Aston Martin firmly in control in the GT running. It's racing there just behind him, and then an 8-second gap to Brocco Lilly in the BMW. Porsche a further 2 seconds further back, S1 Chizza. Jaxie in 12th. I'd expect a little more from Jaxie. Let's see how his race develops in the 24 car. Miquez in the number 77. A lot of these drivers have different numbers on the doors relative to on the roof. I know a few people would be very annoyed by that. It's kind of difficult sometimes to keep track of. Benjo GLR19. Clue is in the username handle, running the 19 car in 14th position, and then Kazi 1 away back in P15. So at the moment, the GT affair really is an Aston Martin-led situation. This is very much a straight-line speed-oriented circuit, and, well, if you're talking straight-line speed circuits, you expect Aston Martin to be in control. So it is at the moment with Xylon, followed by its Racing. Let's go back to the head of the order. The gap's still coming down between Speedy Tyres and Blacko. They are now getting to a point where they're going to have to deal with the GT traffic on a more consistent basis. We saw that the GT field is starting to clump apart. Jaxie is running on 2 hours sleep at the moment, says DJSX Pointed. Well then, that's very interesting. I myself am a little bit sleep deprived this morning as well. But yeah, not easy to drive on an empty battery. So the series here will be running once a month, the Track Stars Endurance Series. After this, we have on March 21st, the Race of Japan at the Fuji Speedway. All 4-hour races, these except for one. The Race of America, that's Laguna Seca for a 4-hour race. That should be very entertaining. 6 hours of Le Mans in June. We take April off and we have Laguna Seca in May. We have the 6 hours of Le Mans in June. And we wait till October to head to Spa for race 5. And the Race of Brazil in November at Interlagos. So a 6-race calendar. spread across most of the calendar month, or of the calendar year, I should say. Little Blacko there again, just wanting to try and get hold of that Porsche before the Parabolica, but he didn't quite manage it. Didn't lose too much time. But look at that gap bearing down. It's under a second for the first time since the start of the race, effectively. Speedy Tyres in the Porsche 919 is hunting. TS050 still leading the way. It does look as though the equalisation measures have been rather effective here. There's Puntz in the 32. He's settled into his stint nicely. He's got the fastest lap of the race so far at 33.980, which looks to be a misnomer. For the most part, he's just doing 35s. Of course, with the tyre wear being as limited as it is, one can expect to see the stints being quicker as the fuel tank makes the car lighter. Little Blacko just coming up behind the GT leaders now, so the top two in GT and Prototype going to converge for the second time in the race. Nicolas Pautasso saying there's a rumour of a French endurance series at St. Croix Sea. You're all lunatics if you do that, guys. Top two, Blacko and Speedy Tyres through the traffic clearly there, or cleanly I should say. Ooh, but Speedy there, not with a good exit out of the corner. Just lost himself a couple of tenths. It's very equal between Blacko and Speedy Tyres. Oh, just getting a bit squirrely on the curbs there is Speedy. Puntz there in P3. Has he gained at all with the little mistakes from Speedy? He has not. Robo Sport still circulating at the back of the pack in the prototypes. His last lap of 1:51. That doesn't seem ideal. He should have been closing in on Devlin Calypso. Looks as though things have not gone to plan thus far. .25 seconds back from Devlin, who's been lapping consistently. Oh, a spin further back, one of the GT cars, I think. I think that was Miquez having a little bit of a moment coming out of the second Variante chicane. The 77 car, the Corvette C7, lives to fight another day. Of course, the C7 in real-life WEC-style racing was a force to be reckoned with in the US, and also did some wonderful performances in the hands of the factory Pratt & Miller outfit, and with Labra competition in GTE AM as well. Has now been replaced by the C8, the first mid-engined Corvette, so this could go down really as the last traditional Corvette race car. The C7 with the big V8 out front. Ooh, Kazi won there. finding himself right in the firing line of the leaders. Now, did Speedy Tyres catch the back of the car there? I think he just about avoided it. That will have been a heart-in-the-mouth moment there for Speedy Tyres. Not the ideal place to catch lap traffic. Speedy Tyres just about managing to avoid disaster, which is as much what this series is going to be about as anything. It's avoiding disaster and picking your spots. Of course, it's certainly easier to be in second place for the most part, because you have the leader letting the traffic know you're there before, or letting know that the prototypes are there before you. However, there's also something to be said for being just a little way back from the leader, as Blacko is here. It does make it a bit more difficult, just because GT cars may not necessarily realise you're there, and Puntz may not have realised he'd gone wide, but he did, and he's lost some time as a result. He's dropped no time or places, of course. Looks as though QE has been in the pits as well. I think this might be just an outlap now, in fact, from a pit stop, because he's dropped down to 6th, which means that Puntz really goes unpunished for that little error. Brandosa in 4th place, of course, has already been in the pit lane, so lost some time. But Puntz there with heart in mouth. He'll take some time to breathe and get himself back in the game. Lots of Little Blacko. Little Blacko has a moment there at the second chicane, and suddenly the race lead is going to become a physical battle. Speedy Tyres looking to capitalise on that one. The number 16 car is suddenly right on the back of Little Blacko. This lead battle is about to get extremely tasty. We were wondering just how long these drivers could keep themselves completely mistake-free. The answer is about 33 minutes before Little Blacko finally cracked just a little bit. Will Speedy Tyres be able to punish Little Blacko for the mistake? He's just about half a second off. For a second there, I thought we were going to have a change of lead. Just talking about fuel discussion there in the chat. Puntz again with another error. Those tyres are still very fresh on my screen, but he's really struggling with the car. He has a bit more fuel in the tank than Speedy, who has been burning the fuel quite heavily, because look at that, Little Blacko has a lot more petrol in the car as well, maybe 5 or so litres more being burnt by the Porsche thus far. Strategy will come into play before long. Speaking of strategies, one empty Aston Martin, no litres left of fuel for It's Racing as he comes in for his first pit stop. So that car will be tanked up all the way. Some rather garish rims on the 47 car, it must be said. Back out onto the circuit comes It's Racing. just behind Brocco Lilly, who is yet to pit. In comes Jaxie as well, so it's first pit stop time among the GT cars. Gap between Blacko and Speedy has just started to extend slightly, but it is minimal. Speedy there just getting half a wheel on the gravel. Doesn't seem to cause him too much problem. That blue and white livery combined with the number 16 can't help but think of Dyson in the American Le Mans series. The Dyson racing team, of course, they ran a Porsche RS Spider in 2007 and 2008. So there's some history to that. I can't work out how to change the camera views, guys. I see what you're saying, but I don't see how I can change it. Doesn't seem to want to let me, unfortunately. Sorry. I am pushing R1. Push all the buttons at once while the bound to work. Sage advice! Ooh, kooky. Oh no, I've broken it. Speedy tyres. And little Blacko getting through the traffic there. I think we're going to have to give up on that idea, guys. Sorry. I can't just sit here and do this for... I can't. I don't like having that up on the stream. Sorry. Oh, Blacko there with the four-wheel drive. You can often just catch yourself understeering off into the gravel in the TS050, out of that first chicane in particular. You can kind of see how it happens there in real time with the four-wheel drift out of the corner. Look at the gap. It's extended again. Little Blacko now back over a second clear of Speedy tyres, so a little bit of breathing room again after that moment at the chicane a few laps ago. Be interested to know how many more laps of fuel they're going to get, or how many laps they're going to get out of the tank, I should say. I I'd say maybe about lap 30 we're going to see stops. Just bearing down on Miquez in the Corvette then. Meanwhile, in the GT class, it is It's Racing who leads the way. For just a couple of seconds over Xylon. Xylon was, of course, leading the class, but it's now a switcheroo among the Aston Martins. Xylon being told to watch his mirrors. Who's coming up? I believe that's Brandosa. Making his way past in 4th place. He is, and oh, Xylon there just getting a wheel on the sausage curb, and that almost threw him for a loop. Brocco Lilly. Still the first non-Aston, the BMW running in P10 overall, 3rd in class. What's the gap between him and It's Racing? It's about 18 seconds that he's lost the leader. Speaking of leaders, Little Blacko is in the pit lane. So the first one to bite on pit stops is Little Blacko, and I think that might have been more to do with tyres than fuel. Of course, the tyres are still fine. They were just getting past their peak. So I think that might be why he made the move at that point to come into pit lane. Oh, a bit of a wiggle on there from the 22 car, but he keeps it in check. Punts then up to 2nd behind Speedy Tyres with that pit stop. Let's see when these guys pit then. We've already seen all the GTs in. Benjo is apologising, and oh, there's been a moment there with Brocco Lilly by the looks of it. That's allowed Shizza through into 3rd in class, and it looks as though Brocco Lilly, yeah, he's got every damage imaginable. Speedy Tyres is into pit lane with a completely depleted fuel tank. Little Blacko comes down at the front straight now. And there you can just hear Speedy Tyres exiting. Little Blacko has profited here, getting the fresh tyres on a couple of laps early. Looks to have paid dividends. The gap out to over 2.5 seconds. So there we go. The undercut working nicely for Little Blacko. The cushion has been re-established at the head of the order. Speedy Tyres will now try and get the visor down and start to push once more. Looks like we've started to move some of the bollards and the like around the circuit, which over the 2-hour race could become an additional obstacle for many of us. Punts must be running low on his fuel tank. Is he in this time, or does he have one more lap? I'm sure he's got to be in this time. The recovering Brocco Lilly in front of him. Huey is in as well from 5th place. Do we get Punts, the temporary race leader, in this time? No, another lap from Punts. He's going for the long stints then. Comes out just ahead of Huey. just a bit of a wobble there from Punts, but he keeps it together. Those tyres looking fairly fresh, actually. They're a bit worn on the front, but certainly the rear tyres are relatively well preserved. Of course, the fronts here have to deal with the hybrid motor from the TS050, as well as the cornering forces. Oh, runs it wide. Oh, big snap of oversteer as he just got onto the AstroTurf. Punts is trying to put in a hot few laps, I think, here in an attempt to come out somewhere with Blacko and speedy tyres, and it nearly cost him in a big way there. Somewhere, Enspud just had the deepest breath of the day so far and has now probably gone to get himself a coffee. That was quite a near miss, a near moment for the TS050 in the TS010 colours. Is it a pit stop this time for Punts? Yes, indeed. He comes into pit lane with a 14-second gap over Blacko, which obviously isn't enough for him to get a fuel stop in. "45 minutes of racing in the books here at Monza then. Italy's Cathedral of Speed hosting the first round of the Trackstars Endurance Series. Lots of history with Trackstars and endurance racing. Trackstars effectively spawning out of a WEC series. Brocco Lilly just finding himself in the firing line of speedy tyres out of the chicane. There is Punts, who is a lot closer to the back of speedy tyres. So that's an interesting development for him. Whoa! That bollard is a little bit scary in its current position there at the second chicane. And a very good point there from Brawn GP that Punts has underfilled the car. Just a quarter of a tank was left unfilled, so it's got 3/4 of a tank left in the car, but he has done a lighter fuel load for this stint. Now, is that strategy or error? I think that's probably strategy, having done a lot of fuel saving clearly in that first stint. Brocco Lilly apologising. What's happened now? Someone was off track there. RSR Robosport on the approach to the Ascari is having to do a multiple point turn. Oh, and he's taken the 100 board. That could affect a couple of people. Oh, and he comes out right in front of EBM Brandosa with his damaged car. Now he's going to limp it home with significant damage. It's not been going well so far for Robbo. Meanwhile, the GT leader still it's racing. The gap is out to 3.9 seconds, and there's some 30 seconds clear now of the chasing pack. The Aston Martins have checked out of the hotel and moved to the next city. Network issues by the looks of it for Benji. He's not in the room anymore. So some dramas all throughout the field at the moment. And certainly it's changing the complexion of the GT race. Notably for this man, Brocco Lilly, who has some rear damage on the car. Now, we saw him apologise, so we assume he was the other factor in the battle with, or in the incident with Robosport. That's an unusual place to have an incident with no contact. Brandosa makes his way past relatively easily. Gap between Shiza and Broccolilli is about 20 seconds. That Porsche has been running nice and consistent all race long to this point. The 18 car running smooth. Oh, QE there, just spitting up a bit of grass as he went past the second place car in GT. The 95 Aston still leads the way in that class. Robbo Sports car is back to full strength, back to full health. Toyota parts bin is being raided significantly. Brawn GP there with a good point in the chat. Has Brock maybe tried to jump offline at the same time that Robbo tried to go down the inside? That is what I would expect. The GT drivers, as a rule, are told to maintain their line rather than steering off line to allow the prototypes through. So it did look as though a miscommunication caused the incident. Little Blacko's gap is again just narrowing slightly, but it is only small increments. Although I think there he got a bit of a bad draft with when he caught It's Racing, but Speedy Tyres is now going to have to deal with the exact same thing. In fact, just gets out of the Lesmos before having to worry. And that is what we see constantly. The race rather dictated by your luck in the traffic in the prototype class. So far then, this has been a race of 3 drivers at the head of the prototype order. Little Blacko, Speedy Tyres and Punts have been in a class of their own realistically. Brandosa with the early damage, the first car into the pits. QE and RoboSport have also had dramas that have necessitated a pit stop. GT class, it's all Aston Martin. It's Racing, the leading GT car, as we said, with Xylon behind him. A reminder then that, of course, this is 2 separate 2-hour races combining into one 4-hour event. And at the moment, it is Little Blacko is going to hand the car over to Lurox with the best position. Now Lurox and Blacko, of course, we know they're a potent combination. We don't usually see them in these prototype, these LMP1 cars. So we'll see whether the balance of things, the order, is at all skewed by this. Under braking, 22 car. Blacko again looking fairly controlled. Speedy Tyres has been consistently lapping faster, and that gap that was, what, 2.5 seconds after the pit stop has been halved. just a bit of snap oversteer there. On the balance of things, Speedy Tyres has been the most consistent driver out there. We've seen him make the least errors. QE there. I think he was trying to get out of the way, but he did it in the most bizarre way I've ever seen anyone deal with traffic. Really shouldn't be slowing down that much on the racing line to allow someone through. Just wait until after the Lesmo and lift off the throttle a bit on the approach to Ascari would have been preferable. In regards to the two races, the question there from Brawn GP, what does the second race do about gaps from the first race? Effectively nothing. If you've ever seen a race that's split into two, like for example, the Gulf 12 Hours, they do just start normally. There is no attempt to try and create the gaps artificially before the race starts. So in terms of the final classification, it will be the completed laps between the two cars that defines the order. And from there, it will be time combined that decides the actual winner of the race. So, of course, to win the race, you'll have to be on the lead lap and, well, preferably in the lead, but it will be combined race time between the two cars that decides the actual results. Brandosa there going very slowly. I think maybe just found himself sideways on the exit of the chicane there by the looks of it, because he was being caught up briefly there by Jack. Oh, sorry, Miquez, I should say. So yeah, the race times from both stints, but of course the laps count as well in the sense of if between the two of you complete 170 laps and no one else does, you've already won. But I'm not expecting to see a lap gap develop between the top drivers in either class. Things looking very closely matched at the front of the orders. The 18 of S1 Shiza. The leading Porsche runner, of course, now third place in the class as a whole, having adopted the time from Brocco Lilly. Now, Brocco Lilly is down to fifth in class and no longer has his damage, so he's been into the pit lane to fix that. Just a little bit squirrely there on the curb. And just looking at the comparative lap times, one would expect him to close in on Jaxie within the next 5 laps or so. Nice to see the BMWs running in tandem. The M6, of course, a GT3 spec car, although in America there was a GTE or GTLM version. GTE and GTLM, of course, the same regulations. They did build the car to those specs for American use. We never saw it over in Europe as a GTE car. We had to wait for the M8 to see BMW back at Le Mans with a GT offering for the first time since the M3 GT2. Still fairly plain sailing for its racing at the front of the order in GT. And look at those laps, very consistently in the high 49, or sorry, high 48, low 49 bracket. his tyres are roasted compared to those of Xylon. Look at Xylon's rubber compared to its racing. Its is really putting the heat cycles through the rubber by the looks of it. Tyres are now much less than fresh. Do expect to see more pit stops for the GTs before too long. Here's Devlin Calypso then. He's been running fairly consistently. That number 90 car will get taken over by Scale 02 later on. As we said earlier on, QEs will be taken over by S. Mitch. Driver in the pits, it's Schizzer in for his stop. In the Porsche, the 2017 RSR Porsche, the GTE spec car. Devlin Calypso then, rather on his own island. He has rather spread out between the 4th, 5th and 6th cars. A minute between Brandosa and QE, and then Calypso 26 seconds off him. And a further minute back to Robbo Sport in 7th. The top 3, however, separated by 8 seconds. The top 2 now separated by just 0.6. So again, Little Blacko has found himself well within firing range. Just looking at lap times, nothing to indicate any obvious consistent time loss. Was this a slower lap? No, it was a quicker lap, a 34.6. But speedy tyres with just that little bit more at the moment. They've got clear track for another few corners at least. Into the second hour of the race then, but you wouldn't think it. Looking at the top 2, Blacko there just running it a bit wide, having to put in some extra steering angle there to avoid the gravel. And these cars are sensitive to things like that. If you try and put more steering angle and load on the car than it wants at low speeds, it'll often bite you. Hear the tyres squealing there on Blacko's Toyota. Just catching up with the leading GT cars again. Bez Media number 16 car though, just falling off again, another 3/10 or so on that lap. But oh, look at this, not a good time to catch a car in GT, and it looked to me there as though Xylon outbraked himself. Ended up running deep into the corner, and Little Blacko there had to take some brave pills to stay in it. Now bears down on its racing into the chicane. Oh, its racing really having to deal with some tyre issues now. We saw that they're getting worn. You can definitely see that the tyres are past their best just in how the car is tracking out of the turns. Well, someone has cleared that bollard a little further away from trackside. Not sure who that was, but someone's managed it. The second chicane now with one less potential obstruction. just catching the number 95 at an inopportune moment there. Had to lift out of the throttle. So easily done, but he showed his patience there in just lifting out of the throttle. And really, across the 2-hour race, that is exactly what you need. It's racing into pit lane then, this time with a litre of fuel in the car, which is 1 more litre than he had last time. Xylon has continued on. He might have just the 1 lap of fuel left in the car, looking at it. But certainly he has far fresher tyres. I think It's Racing did a double stint on his rubber. Looking at the tyre drop-off. Rather than taking tyres every time, I think he's trying to do 2 stints on the tyres. At the Le Mans 24 Hours, we do see as many as 4 stints to a set of tyres in the real world. So not completely unconventional. But it certainly did start to try and bite him back in those last few laps. Back out into a fairly comfortable 2nd in class and 9th overall. Onus now on Xylon to get a good in-lap. This should be his in-lap. I don't think he's got enough fuel to do any more than that. Oh, snaking the toll-backed Aston just a little bit through the Ascari. Is the temporary leader in GT in this time? Yes, indeed, he is. Car 47 getting its service. Let's see what the gap is between he and It's Racing after the stop. Expect it to stay somewhere under, what, 5 seconds? There we can hear the V12 exiting pit lane. I think they're going to be more or less side by side into the first chicane. No, not quite. It is still It's Racing in the lead of the class. This time Xylon is looking to double stint his tyres by the looks of it. He's kept the same rubber on the car. Interesting how their strategies have diverged across the race. Meanwhile, Shiza in 3rd place in class, just being lapped there. Only 10 seconds over Jaxi at the moment, but Jaxi is into pit lane now for his stop, where of course the Porsche is recently into pit lane, so a bit of an artificial position there for just a moment for Jaxi. Brocco Lilly is once again the leading BMW then. He's had a dramatic mid-portion of this race and will hope to have a clear run to the finish. Was briefly led the class in the early going. But soon, the straight-line rocket ships, the V12 Astons, disappeared off into the distance. There's Robosport in car 20. Is improving his times as the race goes on. A 35.803 last time across the line is one of his better laps of the race. If he has a clean remainder of the race, I think he is quick enough to catch our Belgian driver Devlin Calypso. Huey runs in 5th place. A whole minute and 16 behind Brandosa. As we said, really the top 3 in prototypes are far removed from everyone else. Brandosa will be ruining that early damage at the start of the race. He wouldn't quite be in the same ballpark as the likes of Puntz, but he wouldn't be far off. Puntz, though, a bit of Tokyo drifting. My apologies again to Spud. I always seem to be on the Nash Spud's racing car when things almost go horribly wrong, and hopefully his coffee has remained out of his lap and in his cup. Although I am saying that as if it's morning, because I think it's morning. To be fair, I don't think the Australians should be drinking coffee this late, so stay off the caffeine, kids. Just approaching 9 AM here in the UK. I believe means it's just approaching 8 PM ADT. Fastest lap of the race by Speedy Tyres, a 33.645. Oh, Speedy there. Just running over the rumble strips. 33.645 then for Speedy Tyres. He's capable of some very good speed. Just meets the sausage curb a bit there on entry into the second chicane. Filio. Rather the De La Roggia chicane, I should say. Of course, the Red Filio is the first of the two. And traffic here has just caught out Little Blacko a bit. They've caught up the GT leaders again. And this time, it's Little Blacko who has suffered. You can see there my internet seemingly suffering a little bit there. The car's skating across the track due to netcode. Tom Winder, the man who runs a cafe, giving out some advice as to when to drink coffee in the chat. Nice to have so many of you watching along as this lead battle gets extremely interesting, having to deal with prototype and GT traffic. Speedy Tyres is now well in the slip. We're into the final hour of the race. They're very respectful of each other. They're not going to do anything silly. But now that we're into the second hour, you do have to wonder whether an attacking move is more likely. If you're Lurox 22, who's taking over this car after Blacko's stint, or indeed if you're Huso taking over the 16, you'll be watching this with bated breath. Once again, Speedy Tyres with a little less fuel in the car at the moment, while Puntz, who of course did light fill earlier on, has a bit less than both of them, although I don't think he'll be in that much earlier than Speedy, so long as he decides to go to the end of his tank. Excellent stuff in the chat. Vision Video and Gaming talking about shots. Braun GP revealing that he is not able to drink owing to his age. One shot per lap, says Dom. Nice to see the encouragement there. We're on lap 47. It's no less intense at the front of the order here. I don't think Little Blacko has had a cushion of more than 3 seconds at any point in this race, which is at odds with what we thought would happen in the early going. At the end of the first lap, he already had over 2 seconds, but that was really as good as it was ever going to get. Again, after a little bit of a crescendo, Speedy Tyres just settling in to being right within the real wheel tracks of Speedy Tyres, but just far enough back that, or rather just within the wheel tracks of Little Blacko, I should say, but just far enough off the Toyota in the Porsche to not cause Blacko to have to think too hard about the mirrors. Lap 48 of the race for the prototypes. And Blacko there just getting into the back of Kazi. Has that allowed Speedy Tyres an opportunity, a run on the approach to Ascari? He had to back out of the throttle as well to not take the back of the Toyota. Blacko fortunately with no damage. Ooh, Speedy Tyres there just getting a bit skew whiff and sideways out of Ascari on the curbs. Another heart-in-mouth moment. That's allowed Punts to close in just a little bit, and he's got the pace on at the moment. He's found the afterburner switch on the TS050 hybrid. 33.851, his best lap of the race last time across the line. A little bit suboptimal out of the Rettifilio. Around Curva Grande. Almost kicks the dust up as well. Robosport is into the pit lane. He's had more engine damage. So there's been another incident for Robbo. We do have Vision Video and Gaming, or Nismo 86 Oz, watching in the stream, taking this car over later on. As he put it, he's got his work cut out. Oh, Robbo there, allowing Brandosa through on pit exit, but did so by braking and was lucky really not to get rear-ended. Calypso continues on his way. Has again done a really good job of just keeping stuff together. He's 3.5 minutes off, but he's just sat there and continued to lap. And it has meant that he's not a million miles off everyone else. He's 1:21 off QE, granted, but overall speed doesn't always have to be everything. We were discussing whether or not Robosport could catch up to the 90 car, but I think that's now firmly out of the realm of possibility. the latest additional pit stop for Robbo, unfortunately. Puntz continues on his way. Looking at that fuel gauge, that's probably the world's lightest Toyota at the moment. Setting some fast laps as a result. There's Miquez with a bit of a moment there by the looks of it. Having just set his fastest lap of the race, fresh out to the pits, a 1:49.956. Unfortunately, looks like he had an error for his troubles as he tried to chip away on his speed. Jaxie, we heard he's running on limited sleep, but he has been consistently putting the lap times in. Both of the leading cars into pit lane meanwhile. Blacko with slightly more fuel should get out of the pit lane a little bit faster. Puntz has joined them as well. Top 3 in the pits at Monza. Blacko rejoins the race in the lead then. He's found himself some traffic of all types, GT and prototype traffic, as he rejoins the race. 2.3 seconds the gap, so sure enough, having a little more fuel in the tank has again allowed him to ever so slightly extend his lead during the pit service. I think the Toyota is just a little better on fuel by its very nature. Porsche, they're in second place, and Puntz is a lot closer to both of them. They've both pretty much filled up all the way. Blacko has also slightly short filled, I notice. So Blacko is slightly short filled, as has Puntz, who had to avoid the back of Miquez there. Out to the last turn comes car 32. Top 3 still split by just 8 seconds here. And things are equally close among the top 2, as we saw in that camera shot just now. With the GT class cars, it's racing it is whom leads the way, but does so with just 4.2 seconds over Xylon. Of course, he hands over to Justin 930, who is usually pretty solid in a GT car. We saw that in the Porsche Cup last season. Meanwhile, coming for you will take over the car currently driven by Xylon. .2 seconds, the gap between second and third. Certainly an Aston track, and those two drivers proving it. is in the Porsche, and he has raced the Porsche before. He's done a couple of rounds of the Trackstars Porsche Cup before, so he's familiar with the RSR. And that familiarity seemingly keeping him under control in this race where others have faltered. His quali pace wasn't exceptional, but he's ended up ahead of a few drivers who were quicker than him and higher up the grid, because they're just coming out ahead of Jaxi. Jaxi a lap clear, just 2 places up the order. Ooh, bit wide there from Jaxi, and that's tricked Mix into following him. Kazi won. Only 15 seconds off Mix. So certainly not settled yet in 13th, the Corvette driver. Certainly, though he has led the entire race, he can't be settled, little Blacko, in the prototype order. Quite simply, he's never really been without company. At no point in this race has he been more than 5 seconds clear. As this man, Speedy Tyres, has been hunting him down, Terminator style, and every time he gets within firing range, Blacko pulls out a little extra from his bag of tricks. As is always the case from little Blacko, very impressive driving. Oh, just getting a nick sideways there. Great to see a few drivers commenting on the stream there that this is their first attempt at multi-class racing. It's certainly a different challenge, but it is one that's very rewarding when done right. You've always got something to do, whether you're looking in the mirrors or through the windscreen in the traffic situations. Trackstars guys, welcome. I don't think all abilities quite, but certainly as long as you're able to keep it on track and keep it clean and consistent. The Trackstars guys have series for you, be it classic touring cars, be it the Porsche Cup, the touring car series itself, of course, the main series for the Group 2 cars, the Formula Trackstars, the Trackstars Formula 2, and now the Trackstars Endurance Series. Really, the Trackstars brand, if you will, the organisation expanding exponentially in the last year or so. It's racing the man at the helm. "30 minutes to go into the final quarter of this first portion of the Monza 4 hours. Fastest first sector of the day there for little Blacko. He's putting the hammer down. Lutz is still just about there as well. He's lost maybe a second across the stint so far. Braun GP asking about commentary on second race. Yep, that'll be me doing both races. Unfortunately, I don't have the wizardry and capabilities to have a second commentator join in at any point, or any driver interviews, unfortunately, because I can't do chat while I'm all hooked up with the streaming. I should get myself a secondary microphone, really, and give myself that ability. I will try and do that at some point soon so we can get some driver interviews in. Yeah, no second commentator change. Absolutely not. 4-hour race is really comparatively small compared to some of the stuff I've done here in the UK. A Citroen C1 24-hour race. I've done the entirety of one of those before. We also have a 2CV 24-hour here. We have some very odd endurance racing here in the UK, and I've done both the Citroen C1 and Citroen 2CV 24 hours non-stop as part of the commentary team. Neither of those occasions that was meant to be happening, but, you know, why not? Every time I tried to go to bed, something happened, and I ended up staying in for the whole race. Of course, the racing situation in real life has been somewhat curtailed by the pandemic. We wouldn't normally be in the midst of a season here in the UK anyway, or really anywhere in the world, except for things just starting to kick off with some of the major international championships. However, as a rule, the last 12 months have been a very unstable time in the motorsport industry. So many of us who work in the world of motorsport looking towards sim racing. We saw that huge increase in racing series and racing streaming events during that first lockdown, of course. The race running likes of Indy 500 events, including everyone from Emerson Fittipaldi to Jenson Button to Fernando Alonso, Tony Kanaan. I myself ran a charity event, including lots of real-life GT and touring car races. And it was really good to see so many of the real-life drivers pick up on the sim racing bandwagon. And I think that is only going to last now. I don't think that's going to go away. Certainly on a personal note, having the Trackstars commentary to do during the first lockdown over on my Twitch channel, and now getting to join in again now for as long as my real life schedule allows me to be around on Sundays. It's certainly a relief. It keeps one aware of where I am in the week. What day is it? Well, let's see. I've got 3 days until I do a commentary, so it must be Thursday. Great. That's effectively how things are running at the moment. It's certainly, as has been alluded to by some of you in the chat, it's a very good community. Some great guys to race with, but also great fun to commentate on the racing as well. Certainly, I feel very happy to be involved in Trackstars and very happy to see some sim racing friends, new and old, Racing week in, week out in various different categories here with the Trackstars guys. One of those old friends is It's Racing. We've known each other about 6-7 years. Back out onto the circuit he goes now, from the lead in GT, back out into second place. Just a little bit sideways, coming out of the Rettifilio. Excellent comment there from Tom. I expect nothing less from Tom. I'm a commentary vicar, eh? Okay. Because meanwhile, just 18 seconds clear of Kazi, but Kazi into the gravel. He'd been doing so well at keeping it consistent. But that incident, that time lost there, albeit with no damage, could signal the end of his hopes of catching the Corvette. The camera curse has struck another driver. Kuntz has lost a fairly significant chunk of time in these last few laps. In third place now and 10.8 seconds off of Speedy, 13 seconds off of the lead. Clearly Kuntz has had some tricky laps. He's intermittently in 134s and 136s the last few laps. Breaks the pattern now with a 135.4. But it looks like he's maybe made a few errors and lost himself some time. However, staying on the lead lap, staying within easy striking distance of the lead will be the most important thing for he and his teammate. Of course, N-Spud P666, the driver whom has dominated all things Trackstars in 2020 and had a mixed bag at Dragon Trail over the last couple of weeks in the Formula and the touring cars. Robo Sport back into pit lane with more damage, as DJSX points out in the chat. Back into pit lane, hopefully for his final stop. Hopefully he gets to the finish from here. The leader in GT into pit lane, though of course no longer the leader, because there goes It's Racing. Looks as though Xylon has lost a bit of time across the stint here. Comes back out 10.711, more or less 12 seconds back from It's Racing. So that gap between the two has extended. They were within the same 5-second patch of track for a majority of the first 3 quarters of the race. Oh, just again, another one of those little miniature moments on the rumble strips for It's Racing. Sport back out and on circuit then with just under 20 minutes to go. Good to see him hit the finish. Punts is in. He's got damage. Punts has had splitter damage. Very interesting stuff. Is anyone else in the pit lane? Doesn't look as though they are. So it will have been Punts' own incident. But that is quite the hammer blow to the Mash Spuds racing car. 1:44.6 last time by for Punts. This lap will of course be a time loss as well coming out of pit lane, so when we were talking about how the leaders were all within 8 seconds as Punts' tail continues to wag. But now Punts has lost touch with the lead battle somewhat. Oh, again, just right on the edge of adhesion. Interesting. Punts saying that he thinks CP Motorsport may have had some involvement with the damage to Punts' car, so potentially a collision between the two cars. But nonetheless, what we can say for sure is that he has lost a fair chunk of time. He will be giving his teammate a little more to do. I believe Punts is now probably going to push it for these last 20 minutes, strap in for some quick laps from the 32 car. Just over a second between the leading pair then, as we go into the final 20 minutes. The Porsche and the Toyota certainly seem equally matched on pace across a stint. Porsche does appear to be a little more thirsty. One must wonder if that Speedy Tyres piloted car was a little less thirsty, whether or not his pace across the stint would put him into the lead of the race, because it seems he gets closer and closer to Blacko over the course of a stint, then loses a couple of seconds to the pit stops. But he is close as you like between the two. Very few errors from either driver. Of course, we saw Blacko with that near moment at the Variante della Roggia, the second chicane. It has been fairly clean and plain sailing for the two of them. A very limited incident report to hand over to their co-drivers, by my reckoning. Reminder that it will be Lurox 22 taking over the 22 car. Number 16 will be taken over by Huso. Two solid drivers. We're also seeing, as we talked about earlier on, the likes of Justin 930 taking over the 95, the 24 BMW being taken over by DJSX Pointed. Spud, of course, taking over the Mash Spuds Racing Toyota. Diswood 1 taking over the Porsche from Kazi later on that just got overtaken by Blacko. And Diswood is a very quick GT driver, so I'd expect him to maybe pick off a couple of positions across the 4-hour race in his second 2-hour stint. Those of you awaiting Lobby 2, I understand it is now open. .5 seconds. The gap between the two at the front of the order. Good to see that the 19 Porsche will be back out there in the hands of GLR Scotty as Benjo GTR, or GLR I should say, sorry, not GTR, GLR. Good to see him back out, or that car back out on circuit. Of course, it's been not the best of fortunes for them thus far, with Benjo disconnecting from this room, but hopefully a salvage job can be performed to some extent by GLR Scotty. Get to the end of the race, get some points on the table, and focus up for Fuji next month. Evening to you, Diswood. Yes, it is very much morning here, 7:30 AM start. Xylon getting lapped once again. So just over a dozen minutes of racing left to go, and little Blacko has really been dominant and extremely consistent all race long. Every time we've had this situation, traffic, he's been patient. He's not always been the quickest through the traffic, but he's been very patient with it, and that's the most important thing. Speedy Tyres gets past it. And has Devlin Calypso and the Toyota to worry about. Devlin shouldn't be doing that. You want to stay online rather than move off it when you're traffic. You see plenty of airplane crashes happen when that kind of driving occurs. Definitely stay online rather than move off it where possible. Certainly interesting here to see the intervals between everybody. He's fairly spread out aside from this top two, who have been in a long-term kinship for quite a while. So lap 69 for this top two. Meanwhile, the GT cars just on to lap 60. So it looks like they'll be about 10 laps slower across the race distance. I think I put up all the information I had there, Nicholas. I'm not sure. If there's anything else to see there. It's racing there, just battling a little bit of side there. We continue to follow these leaders. Little Blacko on lap 69 sets his fastest lap of the race, his first lap under a 1:34. And look at that, the gap is down to under a second because Speedy Tyres has put his afterburners on. A 33.807 last time by. His best lap is the fastest lap of the race, a 33.645. This is going to come down to the wire. I believe race start is set for the top of the hour, Braun. .3 of a second. Speedy Tyres well into the slipstream of Little Blacko with 7 minutes of racing left to go here in the Trackstars Endurance Series. The first round, the first race of two, and Speedy Tyres, well, he's certainly scrubbing his tyres at the moment. Little Blacko with a fraction more fuel, but I believe they both have enough to see the line. Tom there letting me know about my coffee habits. I promise it is coffee. I haven't consumed anything harder than coffee since summer, effectively. So 6 minutes to go. I just thought that Speedy was about to challenge, but just not quite on the same speed level this lap. Just a few little mistakes, a couple of little corrections out of corners, and suddenly the gap has shrunk again. Or grown again, I should say, but it is shrinking and growing corner to corner. So little between the two. Great to see such evenly matched racing between these two drivers as we enter the final 5 minutes, and Little Blacko firmly on the defensive here. You get the sense this is going to be a real fight to the line. Oh, a little bit of lag there, at least on my end. That was a little bit scary. Top two then. We continue to stay with them. Speedy Tyres just looks a bit slower around the second chicane and the Lesmos, but then gains it back again elsewhere on the circuit. Into the Ascari they go for what should be maybe the third last time. Ooh, there's Puntz, who's lost more time. He's clearly been in the wars. Look at those last few laps. So many 140s dotted in there. 146, 141, 144. He's been doing such a good job of staying right in the lead battle. And then this last 45 minutes or so, it's been a bit of a horror show, and you can see that continuing. And in fact, I think he may even have to splash and dash. He is very low on fuel. He's certainly given Spuds a little more work to do to try and move up the order in the second portion of this race. Brandosa only 11 seconds off him now. Puntz has not had a good close to this race. Brandosa there getting a little bit squirrely. And certainly, if it weren't for that early mistake, could have been a podium within his portion of the race there for Brandosa before he hands over to Esmich 84 for the second stint. QE97 in the 477 car, there in 5th place, some 2.5 minutes off the lead, so he's a lap down on Brandosa. Devlin Calypso continuing to circulate, and Robbo Sport has actually been closing in quite nicely. 14 seconds between them. He's not quite going to get there by the looks of it. However, promising for the second race with Nismo at the wheel. Hopefully we'll see the Robbo Sport car have a good, consistent second stint of the race. It's racing there, fighting the oversteer on what should be his second last lap. One more lap to go for the Aston, with a nice 10-second bumper over Xylon, who has a further minute to Schizzer in third place in class. Good run from all of the top three. Stayed out of trouble and consistent. 1.2 seconds the gap, so Little Blacko on his penultimate lap this time, with just a bit of breathing room over speedy tyres. But look at the traffic on the back straight. He's going to catch somewhere between 3 and 5 cars in these next few turns. So it's certainly not all over for Little Blacko. On to the final lap of the race then. And the 22 car, which is led from the off, only has to circulate the park here just outside Milan at Monza one more time. Top two much closer together with the traffic, but also there, I think, a slight shortcut from speedy tyres. Of course, he has to serve that second penalty at one of the designated zones in the lap, and so really that will bring an end to his challenge. And sure enough, he peels off circuit now to serve the penalty, or peels off line, I should say, to serve the penalty. And so any hopes of a late Oh, a little bit of contact there with its racing through the Ascari. But any hope of a late move for the lead dashed there by that penalty at the Variante della Roggia. And that means that Little Blacko will take the win and hand over the car to Lurox 22 in the lead of this 4-hour race. But it is, within this first race, a victory for Little Blacko. Speedy Tyres across the line second. Brandosa third, QE fourth. And Devlin Calypso will cross the line in P5. He and Robbo Sport still getting across the line. Most of the GT cars already across the line as well. Interesting that Puntz has left the room there. I hope that wasn't intentional from him, because it's going to make timing and scoring a little harder for everyone. Of course, everyone outside of the top two will have completed a lap less, courtesy of the way that GT Sport does its lap counting. And that could prove critical in regards to the remainder of the race, the next 2-hour portion. Only the top two on the lead lap, courtesy of that unique / inaccurate way that GT Sport does the timing and scoring on the endurance race. It has meant that Speedy Tyres and Little Blacko, the only two drivers on the lead lap for the second stint of the race. It's effectively going to be a pure race between those two cars for the race win, unless some serious dramas unfold, or unless there's an inspired performance from someone further behind. So very interesting stuff. The Astons were also a lap clear, 10 laps down relative to 11 laps for Shiza in third place. So the GT battle looks like it's going to be between the Astons. Meanwhile, the Porsche of Shiza, Brocco Lilly, and Jaxi all on the same lap there. And just 4 seconds between the BMWs at the end of the race. So that is the end of the first portion of the race, which means I now need to peel off into the second room. Let's take a quick look at the circuit, at the wheel of the Toyota. Grande, of course, once a fearsome corner. Pretty much flat out in anything with the chicane in place. Be so careful over the curbs at the Della Roggia. So many drivers got caught out by that AstroTurf there. On the exit to the first Lesmo. I get caught out by the second Lesmo. And also by the Ascari. I don't usually crash on these little guide laps, but there we go. We'll try and do a nice hot lap before I get kicked off the circuit. Of course, a little bit of a difference between the two cars is that the 919 Porsche has a 7-speed gearbox, unlike the 6-speed in this thing. So difficult to launch that off the first chicane. Slightly easier on the second one, although there are more curbs to contend with. That's better through the Lesmos. Such a high-speed circuit here at Monza. A joy to drive cars like this. This circuit. Thought I might have caught some track limits there. To the Parabolica, roll it off the throttle. Don't strain the tyres too much on exit. Yet more track limits for me. I will leave this to the professionals. Hello, Shane. Hope you're doing well, sir. Incidentally, I apologise. I can hear on the stream that my audio is still flickering a bit, which I had fixed before the stream, but seemingly it has come back again. I don't really know what I can do to fix it. I've done pretty much everything short of replacing all of my equipment, and I can't afford to do that, so... Shane, you're a man of knowledge. If you have a solution to that problem, it's not the mic, it's all of the audio. If you have a solution to that, then I would be all ears. I don't know. I have whatever came with the HD 60S. That's all I've got. So whether that means yes or no, I honestly couldn't tell you. If you'll excuse me for just a moment, stream, I am going to freshen up before this race begins in just a couple of minutes' time. So then, the race will be underway in just a few moments' time. We will be back to action. The second 2-hour portion of this race. Drivers just getting a chance to get embedded into their cars. There's DJ SX pointed. Oh, a little bit of snappy oversteer there from the BMW driver. Something I'm rather familiar with myself, given I drive that car over in the GTFU GT3 series. There's Huzo. 14 in the number 18 car. Then Huso 16 in the 16 car. Good race, Shiza. There is Lurox 22 in the Toyota. The man taking over the leading car when we go back to racing action in just a few minutes' time. The second 2-hour portion of this Monza 4-hour race incoming. Looks like we might be missing somebody. TCF Old Boy, one of the BMW drivers, car 33, is missing. I would offer to hop in my BMW, but I I do not. I have racing to do. I have commentating to do, so I don't think I can get away with a sub stint as much as I would love to get involved. Also, with the netcode issues between Australia and the UK, I probably wouldn't be keen anyway. Often a bit scary running side by side with people from across the world. So it'd be interesting to see the different approaches to everyone's race here. We saw last time some drivers were more aggressive with traffic in the prototypes. Some of the prototypes were more willing, sometimes too willing, to move out of the way of the LMP cars. As a rule, you should keep your line, of course, as a GT driver, and that wasn't always adhered to. Interesting to see how this man, Scaleo 2, does in car number 90. Great to see the purple Belgian Toyota out on circuit, in amongst the Aussies. Someone else on my time zone. Ish. Moment there for Scally. Very interested to see how this man does in this race. S-Mitch 84. Good to see Jarman in the chat as well. That's It's Racing. Fresh off of his GT class victory there in the first part of the race. Hands the car over, of course, to this man, Justin at 9:30. Justin, we've seen him show off some good GT pace in the Porsche Cup. You see how that translates to a front-engine V12 Aston Martin across the 2 hours. As alluded to in the chat during that previous race, will be this man coming for you, who will be the main challenger to Justin in terms of the battle for race honours across the 4 hours, because everyone else in the GT class was registered a lap down. So shy of dramas, which of course may still happen in both races, both classes have just the 2 cars on the lead lap. We're experiencing just a few delays at the moment owing to the missing driver TCF Old Boy 75, and we'll hopefully see out there. Hope it doesn't turn out like WTCC, says Lerox. Apparently our missing driver is playing F1 2020. Okay. Looking at the Discord, it seems as though the seat will be filled. Looks like it might be filled by Renegade, so we will at least have the car out on circuit. 5 minutes he says he needs. So hopefully the race can get underway before too long. see Nismo 86 out in the Robo Sport car. I believe it was meant to be Farrell PS driving this car, but he had to back out for this weekend. It'll be interesting to see how Nismo shows himself in this race. Flash the headlights there as he heads toward Ascari. Is happening. We've taken a look at the track in a prototype. Let's take a look at it in a GT. Of course, a wildly different set of braking zones and performance capabilities in this car. Master of the half-second penalty. It wasn't clear. Through the Lesmos then. Great run. As far wide as you dare here. That was a bit too wide. Right at all today, but yes. Since Renegade's not here, go for a quote-unquote flying lap, although being real, it's never flying that hard. Wait for the 150 board. One thing I struggle with on these little guide laps is the fact that I'm using kilometres an hour. I'm used to seeing it in miles an hour, obviously. Here's Xiaomi. Here's a good example of what we have to deal with in the race. Always got to worry about the traffic, about the quicker cars. Ascari somewhat correct that time. Let's see where I am relative to these GT boys then. Not sure if my car's actually in the right spec. And right on cue, as I exit circuit, on comes Renegade. Good to see Renegade. Very good to see Renegade filling a seat, helping out a team in need. So we should be underway with the second 2-hour portion of the race in just a short while. See Xiaomi putting in some decently fast laps in the 34 car, getting himself ready for his stint, having taken over from Brandosa. Bozza's experiencing some difficulties there by the looks of it. And there's Renegade 4701 out on the circuit. Great to see him. Also confirmation in the YouTube chat there. CP Motorsports 18 car will be on the lead lap for the second half of the race. So 3 cars in contention in GT. There we go. Same cars, new faces. Lurox 22 will be on pole position. Huzo 16 for company. And they are underway. No 2x2 formalities in the second race. Straight into it off of the game's rolling start system. Huzo just running a little bit deep into the first chicane. Spud having to challenge all sorts of argy-bargy in the GT class. Renegade over the curbs. He's going to have to learn the car on the fly. Meanwhile, coming for you, has got past Justin 930. In at the Battle of the Astons. Justin up the inside looking for a way back past. Battle is only going to develop during the race. Huzo has dropped down to P5, however. Has he got damage? No, but he's off track. He's off track. The 16 car, the main contender, up against Lurox 22, has had an appalling start to the race, right to the back of the prototype pack. So that leaves Lurox 22 in the lead of the race. At the moment, certainly leading the race across the two races as well. Oh, just getting on the AstroTurf there, though. Lurox 22, some 2.3 seconds clear at the end of the first lap. Spud and Xiaomi in second and third position. Looks like a close battle. Of course, they're not on the same lap on track. You saw Lurox 22 there with some Tokyo drift out of Della Roggia. Further back, Nismo Oz. And Scully still ahead of Huzo, who has lost yet more time. GT battle is somewhat closer, coming for you up the inside of Justin 930. Justin is back through then. To Huzo 14, one of two Huzos with a number on the end in this race. That won't confuse me at any point. Yes, I thought Nismo had a little spin Dutch on the screen. I wasn't too certain. Look at this GT pack, all very close together. The Aston's at play at the front of the order. 2 hours to settle this dice. A 10-second deficit there or thereabouts for coming for you to overcome to try and take the win from Justin 930. Has to serve a penalty. Of course, there are designated zones to do that, and he's may well lose the slip to that. Wood, meanwhile, making his way up the order slightly in the Porsche. Expect him to be quick. Just closing in on DJSX Pointed, who just had to serve a penalty. Through he goes. Good to see GLR Scotty out there as well. Renegade a little way off the field, but we can forgive him for that, given he's only just into the car. Battle continues at the head of the GT order. There goes Justin 930 up the inside this time. It's a mirror of the previous lap, and now it's coming for you back ahead. Let's see if he managed to find a way through on the main straight. He's got to be careful as to when he serves his penalty, of course, as well. Top three in one big pack here then. Focus on this race segment for now. I don't know if coming for you has strictly read the rules as regards to penalty burning, because he's not doing it at the designated spots at the moment. Oh, unghosted at an unopportune time there. Towards the Parabolica, Justin and coming for you are having an excellent scrap. Side by side between the pair of them. Diswood is closing in, meanwhile on Huzo further back in the Porsches. Looks to the inside. Heading into the Rettifilio chicane. Makes the move stick up into third in GT already, Diswood. Picking up from Kazi 1, so he is a few laps off. However, in this race, he could be a top contender. Justin 9:30 to the inside, second lap in a row. We have this exact scenario. Into the Variante della Roggia. And Justin makes it stick, but on the power coming out of the corner, there goes Coming For You. This is a great battle between the Aston Martins. Top four all as one. The Astons holding each other up, and the Porsche Armada are coming. Coming For You up the inside. Oh, it's getting a little bit hot to handle here. It's almost going to be 3 wide out of the Parabolica. We want to go look at the prototypes at some point, but this GT battle is absolutely incredible here in the early going. Diswood already up to 3rd place. Now he wants to get in amongst the Astons. Be careful under brakes there, boys. Don't do too much moving around. Coming For You. Just trying to cover it off coming out of the Rettifilio, but he can't get his nose ahead. DJSX Pointed coming to the party as well now. This is great racing. Absolutely spectacular stuff here. Justin 9:30 yet again on the inside in the approach to the second chicane. He's much deeper on the brakes that time, and he makes it stick. Moves into the lead. Oh, DJSX Pointed with a big bundle of oversteer there. The M6 can be quite snappy in second gear. Diswood up the inside. Is he going to take second in class with that move? Yes. Oh, but he also gets Coming For You in the gravel. That might come under some dispute later on. DJSX Pointed has passed as well then. Coming For You has dropped 3 places. So under pressure from the BMW driver. Coming For You. All sorts of sideways. As Bozza 777 and GLR Scotty are way off, and our last minute sub Renegade is about to become lap traffic. Meanwhile, Spud back through into second. Xiaomi has been ahead of him for the last couple of laps, but Spud has made it back through. 4.2 seconds between himself and Lurox ahead of him. Of course, he really needs to be up the road and working to up the road and working to drive away from Lurox, really, to have any hope of a win. Renegade into the pit lane. Potentially some damage for the BMW. Coming For You, meanwhile. Moves his way up, past DJSX Pointed again. Huzo has also dropped behind both of them. So it's all happening at a rate of knots here in this GT battle. 3 marks in the battle at the moment then for this 3rd in class. It's Aston from BMW from Porsche. Now the BMW in the slip of the Aston should be a very potent weapon in the hands of DJSX Pointed. goes Lurox, overtaking what is an intense GT field at the moment. They all dive for the slip of the Toyota. Must be a little bit unnerving for Spud, who's also coming up. Spud being very careful there, just slotting in amongst the pack rather than trying to dive underneath all of them, which is very smart stuff. Walk coming for you there, wasn't fully aware of the Toyota's position. Chiami gets past. Justin 930 leading the way in GT then. Through goes Spud, who I think has lost, well, maybe stayed about equidistant with Lurox in that round through the traffic. Of course, the first couple of meetings with the GT cars. First couple of meetings with the GT cars are always pretty intense, owing to the fact that they're usually right in the thick of a battle themselves, and this has been a prime example. Here is our race leader then, Lurox 22. Lap 8 of the race. Across the line to start 9. Oh, look at that wiggle there for Lurox. These cars do not like low speeds, these prototypes. They take fast corners well. They're obviously very quick down straight. They do not like these little sections here. Lurox 22. 22 just having a moment there. Now, Spud was, I believe, about 4 seconds back. He's now 1.6. So Spud is seemingly the form man out on circuit at the moment. He's certainly set the fastest lap of the race so far, a couple of tenths quicker than what we've seen out of Lurox. And look at that split time, 4 tenths quicker. We saw a 33.6 as the quickest time in the previous race. So still a bit more pace on the table, you get the feeling. If there's any man who can salvage the race from his current position, it's Spud. No, when I say the race, of course, I don't just mean this 2-hour segment, but he is, I believe, a lap down on Lurox across the 2 races. There's a 34.3 from Spud. The gap for prototype lead is coming down. Chiami in P3, first of the Porsches. Fairly lonely there already. Then you have Mitch in the 477 car, running nicely in 4th place at the moment. Huzo recovering in 5th place after that dramatic opening lap. Of course, that car effectively running 2nd in the race, with the lap being added to Spud's race, or rather with Spud being a lap down coming into his stint. So Huzo will need to be careful here to keep things on track and on the straight and narrow in order to try and retain his 2nd spot. Already it looks as though maybe a victory out of reach. Nismo86 Oz confirmed earlier on in the chat that he's not really done any multi-class stuff before, so this is a new experience for him at the wheel of the car driven by RoboSport a little earlier on. And our Belgian driver Scale, running in 7th. Just a quick look at the GTs then, and still Justin leading the way. Diswood there or thereabouts, 3.5 seconds off. Coming for You has managed to drop the pack that had been behind him. Huso in the slip of DJSX Pointed. Let's see if there's a move made for 4th in GT then. Pulls out, but does not make the move. Spud has fallen back a little on this lap, 2.2 seconds the gap now. But hardly had I finished that sentence, then it had come way back down yet again. Lerox is seemingly replying to the pace from Spud. Looks once again like two very evenly matched cars at the front of the order. Last time it was a Toyota and a Porsche. This time it's a pair of Toyota TS050s. Again, going a little bit quicker in the first sector. Seemingly staying about equidistant, 2 seconds. Let's go back to the GT boys. Huso still pressuring DJSX Pointed. Again looks to the inside speculatively. Pointed with his fastest lap so far. Last time by. Huso looks to be able to match him every step of the way. Moment there for Coming For You. Already missing quite a few of the bollards there. One of them is actually in the gravel trap on the outside of this Lesmo. I'm not quite sure how it got there, but that little error, I think Coming For You is now once again going to find himself under pressure from BMW and Porsche respectively, Pointed and Huso. Look at the pace though from Justin, 9:30. 48.6 last time across the line. He seems to be the only, yeah indeed, the only GT driver consistently into the 48s. Justin, we know he's quick at the wheel of a GT car. He's putting on a showcase at the moment. BMW in the slip then as they head towards Rettifilio chicane. A bit later on the brakes, almost into the rear of the Aston. Definitely clips the rear of the Aston halfway around the chicane. Oh, contact between the two of them. The BMW steps out as it so often does in the lower gears. Coming For You just about holds on to the position for the time being. Get the impression that that pressure is only going to increase. Top two. Looks as though Spud is a little bit closer than he was a lap or so ago. Whether or not Spud can get himself into the slip, the all-important slipstream. I think he'll be keen to lead the race, but I don't think he'll be silly about it. I think that... Oh, there's a moment for Spud. Spud just into the grass there. Interesting word from the Track Stars boys there. Race control working hard, and they conclude that Spud is still on the lead lap. It would make sense. The car was only about a minute or so behind before the flag was out. So he is on the lead lap. He may already be right knocking on the door of taking second place. And look at that GT battle. Let's go find them again. Coming for you, and DJSX pointed. Third in class in this race, at least, under contest. It's a tooth and nail scrap. 47 car. The Aston not quite where it was in the previous race. Solid drive thus far from Coming For You. Certainly not had many chances at respite in this one. He always seems to be out on the circuit with somebody in the midst of battle. I suppose at the very least he's keeping himself entertained. And us as an extension. DJ SX pointed then in the slip. I don't think he's close enough, although he is pounding and getting closer and closer in the back of that BMW. Looks to the outside. Oh, the cut back. They're side by side. Give him room. It's going to be a drag race out of the corner. You'd expect the V12 Aston to drag away slightly, and it is. And they're side by side, and here comes a prototype. This could get very interesting indeed. Wide almost into the Della Roggia, and Chiami has found himself in a GT sandwich here. Lives to fight another day. Oh, Coming For You though. Car steps out on him. These three battle for third place. It's now a trio. Porsche Refuso still in the mix. Justin 930 still with an incredible lead over the rest. Lerox has built the gap again a little over Spud. Of course, we saw Spud have that moment. That's why he's dropped time again. Out of the first chicane. Just to switch under the power, which is so easily done. Whittled down again once more. Spud definitely has more pace. Oh, and Lurox there. Really easy to make small errors in these cars, especially at a circuit like this. These LMP1s aren't the biggest fan of curb, but unfortunately you can't really avoid curbs. Monza at the chicanes. And also at the Lesmos. Chiami still there in third position. Still very lonely as well. Huzo's back up to fourth place meanwhile, so he's got past Mitch. The elite brake and mechanical car is down to P5. Here's Nismo again, picking his way through the GTs, but being very cautious here with Scotty. Of course, this car, the Belgian entry of Scallet, and the second Robo Sports car of Nismo were fairly close together on the same lap at the end of the last race. Battle across the two races. Justin still setting the 148s like clockwork. 5 consecutive 48s. Diswood, meanwhile, they're in second place. We expected him to elevate the SLM Motorsports Porsche, and he has done so. Let's see if over the course of the distance if he can't make up a couple of positions in the actual standings. Now, where is Coming For You? Coming For You is clearly been in the pit lane. I missed that, my apologies, but Coming For You has obviously been in the pits. Huzo and Pointed are also rather more spread out, so certainly an incident of some sort. Whether Coming For You fell or was pushed, I don't know. It certainly shouldn't be time for petrol yet, unless it's a different strategy. Lurox has fallen behind Enspud as well. I didn't see where that happened either, but a 138 last time by for Lurox rather suggests a moment on the previous lap. He's had quite a few moments at the second chicane. If I had to guess anywhere, it would be there at the Variante della Ruggia. He's right back on the pace now. Up on his best lap so far. But Spud seems to be going quicker. Could Spud, who we've had confirmed is still technically on the lead lap in the arcing race across the two-hour stints, can he now set about building a gap in this race and trying to whittle away the deficit for he and Punts in the 4-hour main classification? Certainly, there's very little that one would put past Spud. A Triple Crown champion last year, effectively, with the Porsche Cup, the Formula Track Stars, and Track Stars Touring Cars titles to his name. Gap building up. 2.7 seconds between Spud and Lurox. Huzo is at the front of the order in GTs now. The GT stops are coming in, so maybe Coming For You did come in for his first main stop, but I think actually it was a stop prompted by strategy, I think, more so than anything else. I think it looks like he short-filled it as well. So I think he's just running an alternative strategy. Like Diswood has managed to get himself ahead in the pit stops of Justin as well. 2:05 on lap 16 for Diswood suggests he has been in the pits, but his stop was significantly shorter than that of Justin, and that's because Justin has taken tyres and Diswood has not. So we could well have lead battle on the cards here in GTs. Here's our erstwhile class leader, Huzo. When will he come in? Is he going to run it to the end of the tank? Car taken over from Shizza for this second 2-hour stint. For another lap at least, or Spud is going to have to do some slaloming around the GT cars here. But he makes it through relatively untroubled. Diswood, I thought he'd missed his braking there, but he just about held it round the corner. I think that was about as late as he could have possibly done it though. Justin making room for Lurox. Penalty over his head, both literally and metaphorically. Car 34 also on the lead lap in the prototype class, confirms the Trackstars YouTube commenter. And that is, again, what I had suspected, since they were maybe a minute and 10, a minute and 15 off the lead at the end. Only 10 or 15 seconds back from the Spud car, the Match Spuds Racing entry, the 32 Toyota. So Elite Brake and Mechanical also potentially within a shout of a podium, especially if there are mistakes up ahead. Just in 9:30, studying the rear end of the SLM Porsche. Fresher tyres on the Aston, of course. At some circuits, I don't think this discussion as to whether or not you keep the same set on during a pit stop, I don't think that'll happen at the likes of Fuji, for example, next month. But here at Monza, which is fairly easy on the tyres, and I suspect also Le Mans as well, we will see people using multiple stints for the same set of tyres. Interestingly, Huzo, of course, he is on a light fuel load at the moment, but Huzo is staying well away from Diswood and Justin. He's not really losing any time. He's been involved in some scraps thus far in the race, but he does seem to have good pace as well. Look at that, 149s on the last 5 laps. Last 10 laps all within about half a second. Metronomic stuff from Huzo. laps of fuel left. I think he's going to run the stint long. He's yet to pit in car 18. Let's see if he pits in this time. Nope, I think he is going to keep running for the foreseeable. There's Shiami, who's visited the pit lane. To P5. Between the top two has extended, and Lurox with a 1:39 a couple of laps ago suggests there was another little moment, and 7.5 seconds Spud now has over Lurox. Expect the prototypes to be in around lap 30 again. A 34.0 for Spud. He's slowly chipping away. Look at that, all 34s in recent times for Spud. He was really in the groove. He had that brief error here at the Rettifilio a few laps ago, but that aside, this has been a faultless drive thus far. Again, repping 1993 with the livery. Oh, but Renegade here's just gonna hold him up a bit round the chicane. Good to see the BMW out there after losing its original driver. Minutes into the race then, this second portion of the race, of course, 2 hours and 40 total, and Lurox is into the pit lane. He is the first of the front runners to blink. Will he fill it up all the way, or will he short fuel? Not quite full tank, 8 litres of capacity left unused. And Huso comes out ahead of him. Of course, Huso, I believe, is yet to pit. But it's a nice little reunion between Huso and Lurox, between RoboSport Toyota. The not Dyson Porsche, as I like to call it. There's of course the CP Motorsports 919 livery. Of course, is the dead giveaway there with the GT class entry as well. continues on. I think he's going to run the car down to the bottom of its 100-litre tank. In comes Huzo. Wonderful little livery on that car. Again, all I can think of is Dyson Lola circa 2012 or so, looking at that. Xiaomi, who has already pitted, comes out just ahead of Huzo. It's going to be an interesting battle between the Porsches, I think. Of course, the 919 Porsche bringing the German mark back to the Le Mans 24 hours top class. As Huzo there makes a slight error. Of course, with the Volkswagen emissions scandal, a lot of Volkswagen-owned firms such as Porsche found themselves in the position where they had to cancel their motorsport programs, but we are expecting to see Porsche back at Le Mans with the advent of the new hypercar class under the LMDH regulations, so looking forward to seeing what comes next for Porsche. The 919 was a very successful LMP1 car, certainly. It's great to see the Stuttgart-based firm back on the top step of the podium at the Le Mans 24 hours. Plenty of exciting Porsche prototypes over the years, and since we have a predominantly Australian audience, I will flag the one I consider to be one of the best of all over in New Zealand. It's a Grand Am Porsche that has been turned up somewhere around 1,000 brake horsepower, courtesy of a honking great turbocharger. There's plenty of old school GT vibe, Group C vibes off of that car. Certainly one of the most spectacular cars in New Zealand, and I'd wager also the wider Australasian area. Running in the GTR NZ series. Oh, Lurox there catching a bit of grass on corner entry. Outcome's coming for you. What is his second stop? I can't believe that those have both been scheduled stops, 2 in 30 laps. That doesn't quite seem right. It's Renegade. Boz is in the pits at the moment. There is pointed, says Shane Kenty. Answer is currently third in class. 4.5 seconds clear of Huzo, who has now made his stop and has settled into fourth in class. Of course, those two had a good battle in the early stages, along with Coming For You. Diswood there. Wildly understeering in the Porsche. Of course, he's on the older tyres. Did come out ahead of Justin 930, but Justin has used his fresher rubber well and gotten ahead and driven off into the distance. 95 car is at the head of the order once more. Certainly 2021, across all of the Track Stars categories, looking very promising for the It's Racing Esports outfit at the moment. The Honda NSX in the Touring Cars series looks to be serving them well. And not a bad start in the Formula Track Stars series either. We have a 7-8 split classes-wise, Shane. 7 in the Protos, 8 in the GTs. Spud is in the pits. That's Spud's racing team. Comes out well clear of Lurox. Gap updates itself now. It's going to be over a dozen seconds, a half dozen seconds I should say, that Spud has over Lurox. So Spud's hard work seems to have very much paid off in that first stint. What is the gap between he and Huzo? It's 37 seconds, so he's probably on aggregate, or looking at the overall complexion of the 4-hour race, he's probably knocking right on the door of being in second place overall at the moment. He won't be far off. Huzo is going to need to keep his hammer down. And of course he's also at lock horns with Xiaomi in this battle for third place as well, so no shortage of stuff to consider for Huzo. I don't envy the man. He's having to do a lot of thinking while driving. An hour and 10 left on the clock. First stops in the bag for just about everybody. It is Spud leading the way. Familiar sight in It's Racing competition, or in Track Stars competition I should say. Good little battle this looks to be now between Xiaomi and Huzo. Huzo has gained some time and is now well within the slip. He's got a good run as they approach Ascari. Is he going to look to the inside? He does. Side by side through Ascari, I don't think has ever happened. Certainly not successfully. Actually, that's a lie. I can think of it happening in some GT races, but it's often at the expense of the repairs department, retroactively. Xiaomi holding on to third in this second segment of the race for the time being. Of course, all four of the top four cars are on the lead lap. Lap 33 of the race then. These drivers will be very familiar with this track, as will I, come at the end of this one. Rocks then. Does look as though he's closed ever so slightly in this early part of the second stint on Spud. Spud isn't getting away as I had perhaps anticipated thus far. Potentially getting a bad draw in the traffic, but also making a couple of little errors of his own, as we saw there. Heart firmly in mouth. Nismo in the second RoboSport Toyota. Bit of a team picture at the moment on screen, the two RoboSport Racing entries. Ooh, Nismo getting in the way of Lurox a bit there. Oh, and Renegade has left the room. Renegade, the substitute driver, has either disconnected or quit. You'd think disconnected. And unfortunately, that's the end of his race. Xiaomi holding on to third place meanwhile. Under pressure, under duress from Huzo. Huzo there, getting it all wrong at the first chicane. Has dropped himself out of the slip as a result of that. Meanwhile, Justin 930 has really got command over the race in GT. 22 seconds, the gap between he and Diswood. Diswood, who has just been into the pits and claimed his first set of new tyres. Let's see where that brings him out relative to Justin once Justin makes his next stop. Be a sealed deal yet within this segment of the race, especially with a driver as good as Diswood. So they're just a few seconds clear of DJSX Pointed, who has come in for you for company. Themselves as the bread in a prototype sandwich there for just a moment, but Nismo clears the second car. Versus BMW continues on here in the GT class. Meanwhile, Spud has dropped yet more time. Hasn't had a great stint so far. He's really cooked. He's on old tyres, of course. He hasn't switched tyres by the looks of it. That might be what's giving Lurox the X factor at the moment. Six-tenths of a second. Between the two of them. Lurox will be well within slip, especially if he gets a good run through the Ascari. They've got some traffic to consider. When have they not? It's Diswood. I think Spud did get slightly bottled up there, coming out of the corner. Could we see a move for the lead into the first chicane? We could see it at the Parabolica. Lurox there. Whether he went for a dive or he missed his braking point, I'm not sure. He's going to get another go now because he's still within the slip. I thought for a moment he might have lost his slip, but he's too far back now. If I were him, I'd have just tried to get a good run off of Parabolica personally. Nonetheless, this lead battle is looking very close indeed, both being very liberal with the rumble strip there. There's not much between being on the curb and being on the gravel trap at that particular section of circuit. Through Curva Grande and on to Variante della Roggia for the 38th time in the race. Oh, and such a snaky car at the moment for Spud. Those tyres past their best. I don't think we're going to see him double stint his rubber again. It looks like it's causing him a lot of trouble. And Lurox, who put the extra time into getting a fresh set on, is already right there with him. It seems like it's been a net loss for Spud on this occasion. Right there with him this time. He's going for a move into the Parabolica. They're side by side. Inside line for Lurox, lead for Lurox, but for how long? Spud's going to have a good run out of the corner. He's right back into the slip. Great battling between the two Toyotas. Where's Spud going to go? Inside, outside? He's going to have to take the outside line. It's being covered off nicely by Lurox. We don't want to get too crazy diving onto the apron this early in the race. Spud back through. Great slipstream dueling here. The Monza signature translating to endurance racing today. Closing up on our GT leader just in 9:30. Both cars passed before the first Lesmo, but Lurox's entry a little bit compromised. Cost him just a few hundredths of a second, but it all counts for something, though of course his fresher rubber means that he's still quicker through the corners. Spud will fight for this for all he's worth, I think. Doesn't look like the absolute pace is with him, although he's gotten quicker since the motivation of Lurox in the mirrors has come around. We say about the tyres, but of course he has been making little errors of his own, as we've seen. They seem to have been dialed out now in the heat of battle. Over halfway through this second segment of the race, 3 hours into the 4 hours of Monza then. And at pretty much every stage of this race, the lead in prototype has been covered by just a few seconds. Granted, this isn't the lead across the 4-hour race at the moment, but within this segment of the race, we're having a spectacular battle between Spud and Lurox. More traffic up ahead. Corvette there exiting stage left to allow Spud and Lurox through. Battle for third place is also still very good. Chiami and Huso haven't really been more than a second and a half apart at any point in the last half an hour or so. Justin 930 has been back into the pits, clearly. He's now behind. Yes, he's just on his first flying lap. In fact, no, he's on his out lap from the pits. So Dis Wood is now back in the GT class lead, although they're definitely on opposing strategies in regards to the pits. But for now, Dis Wood leads. He's still on relatively fresh tyres as well. We'll see whether Justin can close up that 2.5 second deficit. Meanwhile, the leading two are close, but Lurox there into the gravel. A moment for Lurox, a moment for EBM. I think that was EBM Mitch in the background. It's all kicking off here at Monza. Lurox out of slipstream then. Gives Spud just a little breathing room. Immediately, Lurox has already taken half a second back. We saw that it was up to 1.5 seconds after that moment, but he's already back within a second. It won't be long before Spud has company once again. More imminent company, meanwhile, for Huso. Chiami directly ahead of him. Huso out of the first chicane. Being towed around by his Porsche brethren at the moment. Good fight for third place in this race. And Lurox is right back with Spud. See the gap these two Toyota racers have already built. 43 seconds clear, 43 seconds up the road. Lurox looks to the inside, covers it off. Decides to think better of it. 33.773 last time by for Lurox. One of the quickest laps we've seen all day long here at Monza. Fastest within this stint, although we did see, I think, a 33.6 in the previous race. Previous stint, previous segment, whatever you want to call it. Debate the nomenclature as you wish, but nonetheless, great driving from Lurox. Just coming up on pointed now. To block Spud inadvertently. It's side by side for the lead of the race, then almost, well, very briefly 3 wide. Lurox has the inside line and he gets through. Now Spud on these more worn tyres is going to need to reply almost instantly here, so he needs to get a good run off of Parabolica, and he's tried to get one, but he's gone too wide. Had to avoid the sausage curb there. And that has cost him. He needed that good run. He knew he needed the good run off of the Parabolica to stay in slip and try and challenge for the position again heading into the first chicane. Oh, but Lurox. Lurox with a spin. Spud has followed him off, though, or followed him nearly off at least. And I think that Lurox has done enough now to start building a lead. With Spud on these older tyres, look at that already, 1.8 seconds. Spud really needed to stay ahead. And needed to stay in the slip when he wasn't ahead. Unfortunately, that traffic, followed by avoiding the sausage curb coming out of Parabolica, has really thrown a spanner in the works of the Mash Spud's Toyota cockpit. Lurox with a slight heart-in-the-mouth moment coming out of the Oriente Rettifilio, the first chicane. But now he is free, more or less, to drive off over the horizon. Oh, but another mistake there. Spud didn't get the best of runs through the chicane either. But Lurox here really struggling with that car at low speeds. We've seen that a few times. Goes past Justin 930, who's still a few seconds off Dis Wood in the battle for the GTs. Spud is again just finding the GT cars at inopportune moments. Nothing wrong on the GT driver's part, of course. He's in a race. But Spud is just catching them at these inopportune moments. He's going to do so again here, I think, with Dis Wood. Yes, he's got into the back of the Porsche. Very poor run on the traffic roulette table for Spud. He should now have a few laps without a traffic concern, or at least one or two. But unfortunately, Lurox and his fresher tyres now 2.7 seconds up the road. No damage on Dis Wood's car after that little tap. I think the game made it look a bit more extreme than it actually was. SLM Motorsports Porsche, which of course was a little way off prior to the second stint. Some 3 laps off the lead, so it's not a contender really for the podium, I don't think, as all 3 cars that were on the half-distance podium, if you will, the pair of Astons and the CP Motorsports Porsche, they were both, all 3 of them were on the lead lap at the end of the race. See if he can make up any further positions on the likes of the EBM RoboSport Corvette. May have already done so, in fact. Spud is into the pits then. Those older tyres have cried enough. Should be a relatively short stop given half a tank of petrol. Nismo 86 Oz into the pit lane. Is that a scheduled stop or does he have damage? There was someone there off. It was Mitch. Mitch with damage. Oh, and someone else involved in that potentially as well. The EBM-backed RoboSport Corvette. Whoa, some leak brake and mechanical warfare potentially there. Income's coming for you, meanwhile, in the Aston. Bozza doesn't have any damage, so I don't know whether that was a separate incident or whether... I don't know quite what's happened there, but Mitch, certainly with some damage, is going to have to come in. That, of course, alleviates a little bit of pressure on Xiaomi and Huzo. In goes the 477 Porsche. Xiaomi pitted just a couple of laps ago, so he's currently a while off the pace of Huzo. Yet more errant bollards at the moment strewn across the Retifilia, the Variante della Roggia. Scotty is closing in on... Oh, I'm disappointed. DJSX pointed in the pits for Pit Lane Esports. The long, agonising, silent refuelling. Returns to the circuit. Really got anyone to worry about at the moment, with Coming For You seemingly having a few issues in the 47 car. Of course, this is the only other car that was on the lead lap coming into this race. Huzo's Porsche. So at the moment, this is the car in the pound seat within the GT class. Justin 930 picking up where It's Racing left off expertly. Even though the Porsche of Diswood is ahead, with it being 3 laps behind coming into the second stint, it's certainly not a factor in lead proceedings. The SLM Porsche then. Very well turned out car, I must say. Oh, turned in on the Toyota there. I don't think I'd really blame the Toyota for that. What is going on there? The car kind of looks like it's broken its toe link or something. Near out of fuel, must surely be coming in this time. He's blinking the headlights. Don't know whether he's saying hello to the stream or not. Rounds Parabolica and surely must come in. That car's almost run dry. Yes, indeed. Porsche is in, leaving Justin 930 back in the lead in GTs. Huzo's last lap, a 34.103, his best thus far. Seems to have settled into the race nicely. Durox 22 in from the lead of the race then. Where does he come out relative to Spud? Here is the Toyota from Matt Spuds Racing. Oh, and it's going to be very close. There is Lurox. There's some traffic in the way of Spud. That could be critical. It's side by side for the lead. And Lurox. Oh, they're side by side. They're knocking each other, at least on my screen. Spud looks to be having some connection issues, at least between me and him. All sorts of issues between me and him. Well, this is certainly interesting. Is Spud's internet this bad, or is this just UK Australia things? Well, that, I think, rather answers that. Of course, Spud is the host of the room. And his connection has just timed out. Oh no, I've been kicked out of it. Oh dear. Oh no, the room has disappeared. Okay, I thought it was just me, but it looks like the room is gone. Okay, so awaiting word in the Discord then for what comes next. It's been a dramatic opening to the season, we'll say that much. Very much looks as though the GT servers are a bit ropey today. Had 2 disconnects in the races so far, and now the room has completely combusted. I thought my internet was just struggling somehow with Spud, but so then awaiting word of what comes next. That was certainly interesting to see Spud's car dancing like that. Waiting to see. I imagine we will get the last race or the race restarted to reach its distance, but we're waiting for official word on that. And an interesting point there from Benjo GLR saying about people getting back in the room. I'm wondering if Renegade may get back into the room or into the race. Pointed saying you were jumping all over the place when you passed me to Spud in the Discord, which at least adds up with what I saw. So a 30-minute race will occur here. To close out this first round of the Trackstars Endurance Series. We'll wait for the room to start. Lobby looks to be back open. Yeah, it does seem rather as if the GT servers are a bit ropey today. Do you like my milk-themed car? So while this break, forced break, is happening, I'm just going to very quickly take a break from stream. So hopefully they won't start in the next minute or so, but I'm just going to very quickly run off and grab a drink. So I'll be with you in just a second. So then, back to hopefully a full room. Not quite yet, no. 30-minute race has been set up. Of course, it will be almost 11 o'clock at night now for some of these drivers. People just taking a while to come back in. We want to get this 30-minute race underway as soon as we possibly can. And there we go, Xiaomi. My bed is calling, he says. Are we going to get everyone back? Nismo will supposedly be there in a sec. Courtesy of his team boss, RoboSport. DJSX's pointed hands are going cold. I don't see how that's possible in February in Australia, but fair enough. Come in for you has rejoined, having reset his network as a precautionary measure. Sounds like a few people are having issues connecting to Spud's room. So we await the resumption of this race. Still half an hour to go. Just the 2 spots left. Renegade is allowed to come back in. He is not here. And then Diswood, the other driver, with with a slot waiting for him. I'm super relieved, in a sense, that that interesting car jumping that we had earlier on was Spud's internet, not mine. I was very concerned. Apparently Renegade has logged off, so seems as though he won't be back. Just waiting on Diswood, whose console is just being restarted. See if he can actually join the lobby. Another issue that we've had recently, at least with some of the UK lobbies, is 15 people in, and yes, it says it's full. Hi Tom, we're just waiting on getting the race restarted after a disconnect for lobby host at the moment. A spanner in the works. Interesting disparity between people at the moment. We've got some of the guys saying here, oh gosh, I need my bed, it's calling me. I'm just here thinking I need lunch. Feels like bad news for me. Spud saying, I think after tonight we might make the event earlier in the day. Justin 9:30. Want to change the track. Diswood is really struggling to get in the room. Still waiting to see Diswood in. Shane Kenty asking what's happened. Well, unfortunately, Spud's connection is struggling. It's cut out during the race, and now we seem to be having issues getting Diswood back into the room. Yeah, I think a mix of GTs. GT servers do seem to be being pretty bad the last couple of days in general, so yes, I would say. Coming for you. I think you mean good morning at this rate. Well, it's weirder for me. We've gone from morning to afternoon. It's just hit me that I started this broadcast, at least at first, 7:30 in the morning. It's now 12. Oh dear. The numerous dramas delaying the racing. Oh, room resetting. Sorry if it was my fault being in, Shane. It's too late now. I was thinking that myself actually with the connection thing, but bizarre little servers, aren't they? Little Blacko says, give the win to Lurox. No bias there. Okay, Spud has opened up again. I'm going to wait a minute and see if the Aussies can get in on their own terms. See if this UK thingy is part of it. If someone could say whether Diswood gets in or not, I'd like to wait until he's in. See if it is the thing with the UK connection. Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe having a Scully in as well. Oh, Diswood still not able to get in. Thanks, QE. It's the race that never ends or restarts. You know, in NASCAR, when the rain arrives and we end up waiting for the next day for the race. Also, Shane, bring on GT7 already. Well, this problem was here in GT6 as well, so I wouldn't, I wouldn't hope too hard. Neil. My cat just tried to sit on the computer. That would have probably caused some issues. We're now expecting DJSX Pointed to have a go at hosting the room. Getting a nice look into the underbelly of my PS4, but I have to accept the friend request. Could have done it on my phone actually if I'd thought about it. Ah, look, there's a relevant fact. 1, 2, 3 finish at Le Mans for Audi in 2000. It's Not a million miles from what we're doing here today. And then something not at all relevant. Good old GT menu, eh? Just one slot not filled. Oh, there's Diswood. Diswood is here. That's excellent. I would think we could just start now, really. I mean, Renegade is having problems getting in now. I just fear that if we get Diswood to leave, which Spud is suggesting, he won't get back in. Oh, okay, so Diswood is... Ah, okay. Track limits. We took the line there and everything. Very cool. Well, something we haven't lacked today is suspense. One thing we haven't lacked is inconsistent servers. Oh dear. Well, someone isn't the tow mater of the group. Oh, the streak is over. I've just popped out of the room to re-enter in a second and see if Spud can get in. Spud is in! Excellent. Oh my days, this is never going to end, is it? Right, I'm bringing out something stupid. May as well have fun with it, eh? What are we bringing? I'm just going to run laps in a car that doesn't make any sense. Why not? Curve Grande is actually not the easiest thing, is it? Whoa! She got me. Stop being silly now, but oh dear, this has been an odyssey, hasn't it? Hopefully everyone can now see each other. I don't know if Spud and Wood can actually see each other yet. That was the issue we were having. Honest with you, I'm very hungry. Still waiting on the half-hour race, guys. This half-hour sprint race could be very entertaining if we get it going. Taking out my frustration. Let's hope that this has all been resolved. Yep, that's it. 3/4 time entertainment indeed. Oh, nice Jota. Oh, never mind. So there we go, official word. Punts is going to take the Mash Spuds racing car over because N-Spud and Diswood are having netcode connection issues. That's a big shame for Spud, who'd been having a really good race up to the disconnect. hopefully Puntz gets in and we can start promptly. I think that might have been an accident. We still don't have Puntz in. Yep. Yep, we've accidentally just started the race. That's it. This everyone's jumping out. This will not be the start of the race. Oh dear. Right, is that it? Have we got 16 cars in? We do. We might have a race shortly. And it looks like we're finally going to get racing. Miracles, etc. So then, finally the 4 hours of Monza is going to conclude, hopefully, with half an hour of racing. Feels weird actually doing the commentary voice again, having sat around for so long. Let's see how this goes then. Punts is in the place of Enspud, courtesy of those issues that we were having with connectivity. So Lurox 22 with a new challenger. And the race begins. Essentially a sprint race within an endurance race now. It feels like a late race safety car at the Daytona 24 Hours. Punts in the slip of Lurox then as we get back underway. Oh, a big dive there from Huso for what's second place within the context of this race anyway. Justin 930 leads the GTs away and everyone looks to have made it through cleanly. The returning Renegade after his connection issues earlier on in the race. Top prototype cars head through the Variante della Roggia. Lurox heads through the gravel trap on his way, but he still manages to hold on to the lead. He's got Punts right there behind him. We're going to have to sympathise here with Enspud, who's going to be watching the stream now and cheering on the car that he was meant to be driving. His very capable teammate Punts is taking over. It's Lurox who leads the way then. Lurox will want to win this race on track because there is no questions asked then. No if, buts, maybes or maths. Lurox 22, if he can win this race, of course, has, well, won the whole thing. There's no question about it. He's his 22 car won the previous encounter in the hands of Little Blacko. Oh, but some sideways stuff there from Lurox, and Punts is putting in a great effort to challenge. I just accidentally switched cameras there, my apologies. Punts on the offensive then. Looks to the outside at Curva Grande. William looks to the inside for Della Roggia. No, he stays back. Everyone getting a little bit sideways there out of the Della Roggia. Two Toyotas and a Porsche in the top three. Huso staying with them nicely now. Of course, at the start of the main 2-hour race that was meant to take us through to the end, he had a really poor first lap. No such issues this time. That is the other curveball, of course, to all of this, is that having another first lap is always a bit sketchy. There's Justin 930 leading the GTs. Diswood with a penalty to shed in the slip of Huso for the time being. DJSX pointed in 4th place, the first of the BMWs coming for you. Getting out onto the AstroTurf there. Bozza, Scotty and the returning Renegades. Pretty line astern there in GTs. What's happened to Punts? Where's Punts? He's off. He's had a spin. Punts must have had a spin there. 6th position all of a sudden for Punts. Huso's into 2nd place and Punts has dropped through the order. this race just keeps twisting and turning. If we turned this race into a track, it would be the Nordschleife. Potentially the Targa Florio. And now Puntz has to work his way back through. He's going to start with the second of the Robo Sport Toyotas, which, well, he gets out of his way for him nicely, albeit on the gravel. Oh, a bit of a sideways moment there for Mitch, trying to get the power down in the Elite Brake and Mechanical 477. Some intel here from It's Racing. In order for third place to go to Puntz, he needs to stay within 5 seconds of this man Chiami. And oh, Mitch is having a moment there, but yes, so this guy Chiami needs to finish over 9 seconds clear of Chiami in order to be in contention. For third place, so this isn't enough right now for Chiami. Puntz will take third place in the overarching 4-hour race with this current moment. But, oh, Puntz there again in the background, pushing it too hard, pushing it a bit too hard at the moment is Puntz. Oh, and again, another sideways moment. Did he keep that out of the barriers? Just about kept it out of the wall there. Yuzo there, a fairly solid second place at the moment. Of course, that is the car that's moved into, or was in second place at the end of the last race. So as it stands, this car would still take second, so long as Yuzo keeps it together. Good opportunity for Yuzo to make amends, really, after that first attempt at starting. There was questions as to whether Yuzo would be able to hold off N-Spud across that 2 hours, especially after the first hour or so. It looked as though Spud may be able to claim second at very least. As long as Puntz stays within firing range of this car, though, as long as he stays here relative to Chiami, he's fine. GT battle looking interesting among the Porsches here. See Bozza having a good fight with Scotty as well. Let's see if Diswood makes a move into De La Roggia. Huzo getting all kinds of out of shape there. They're side by side now. Huzo 14 drops a position to Diswood, who's on the recovery drive. Of course, we saw that collision here at the second Lesmo between Wood and Scully. Remains to be seen whether that will get called anyway by the stewards retroactively. For now, Diswood has some work to do. Huzo, ooh, I thought he was going to look to the inside of the Ascari. That would have been brave. Puntz is right on the back of Chiami, meanwhile. '32 Toyota chasing the '34 Porsche. Mesh Spuds Racing up against EBM Motorsports. There's Puntz looking to the outside as they head towards the Ascari. Is Xiaomi going to stay in there? Is he going to back off? He backs off. Make sure his nose isn't in within firing range of the rear quarter of Puntz's Toyota. Gentlemanly driving. Lurox, meanwhile, running it a bit wide there. These Group 1 cars are exceedingly tricky to drive, even if you're out on your own in the lead. It's not an easy car. There's Huzo. Puntz puts the power down. He's already got 2.7 seconds over Xiaomi, which is odd. I'm guessing Xiaomi may have got a penalty or something, had to back out the throttle somewhere as a result of it. Mo 86 Oz having quite a good run here. He's getting himself adapted to the Group 1 Toyota for the RoboSport team. EBM Mitch in 6th position. Scalo here in 7th place. There's Justin 930 onto the brakes. Again, just pulling away from everyone else. The superior power and straight line speed of that Aston Martin V12 Vantage, again serving him well. Huzo, meanwhile, has managed to get back ahead of Dis Wood, but Wood is back in the slipstream. Great little Porsche battle here. This is kind of an advert for the Trackstars Porsche Cup, if anything. Wonderful wide body, mid-engined 2017 spec Porsche RSR. Gorgeous car. They're going to have to consider the lap traffic soon. Well, they have to consider being lap traffic soon, as here comes Lurox. Switching under braking there for Diswood. He gets into the back of Huzo. It's all kinds of scraggly, and well, Lurox's BPM probably just rose a little bit, and he's got a wheel on the grass there, manages to keep it on the track just ahead of these two. Goodness me, I think we're dealing with a lot of cold and tired brains at the moment. That brake, I think, threw some people off their momentum more so than others. Diswood seems to be right in the groove though. These two Porsches absolutely tied together. There's Huzo 16, passing Huzo 14. And there goes Puntz. Oh, and there goes Diswood. Diswood's out of shape. Diswood there, I think maybe just getting a bit startled there by Puntz's Toyota. Found himself with a wheel on the grass. I think he runs quite a lot of rear brake bias as well, watching how that car shifts about under braking. And Diswood's car let go. The Porsche of Xiaomi past Diswood. Scotty, meanwhile, going deep into the Rettifilio. Will give an opportunity for Renegade. Good little three-way scrap developing potentially here between Xiaomi, Nismo and Mitch. Three of them all very close quarters. Oh, Huzo almost getting attacked from the back of Mitch. Well avoided by the driver of the 477. There's Lurox to complete another lap. 15:40 to go, so we're about halfway through this little mini race that we've ended up having. 34.158, fastest lap of the race so far from Lurox. Is truly back in the groove after having a couple of little moments in amongst the traffic. Punts, meanwhile, he's got to beat Xiaomi to get third place. Which he's more than doing at the moment. However, staying clear of, or getting past Huso is not enough to claim second in the actual race, the overarching 4 hour between the stints. It was a minute gap judged, so he'd need to be a minute clear of Huso in order to take second place. So it's a podium at the moment. We are currently in the order in which the cars would be judged to finish across the 2 stints here. Exactly right, Spud. In the chat there. It does indeed seem like a very long shot for Punts to make up any further time or position. But as long as he keeps ahead of Xiaomi and doesn't fall more than 9 seconds back from Xiaomi, he will be on the podium. Very fast first sector in the slip of Huso. Got good pace. Punts gets a penalty for his troubles there, though. Runs it a little bit wide on the AstroTurf out of the second Lesmo. He burns away there by Punts. Xiaomi again finds himself rather lonely. That's what happened to him in the initial attempt at the 2 hour stint, or the second 2 hour stint. Mitch having a moment there on the exit of the Gascari. Too much exit, ended up on the gravel. He's lost a bunch of time there to Nismo 86. However, those 2 cars were 2 laps apart coming into this race. Therefore, it is not a factor in the 4 hour main result. There's Justin in the Aston Martin, still leading the way in GT. Huso's now got a comfortable gap over Diswood. Pointed there, running 4th in class on track. Coming for Hughes had mixed form in this race, was right up the front towards the beginning, challenging Justin. But once he was out of Justin's wheel tracks, it seemingly plateaued a little bit. Scotty and Renegade very close together. I think Boz has had some issues. He's fallen way off the field. His second and third place go past him. Let's rejoin those two. Look at this, side by side out of the first chicane. Punts with better drive. Porsche's not giving up without a fight. Huso on the outside then for De La Roggia. Punts has the inside, but of course that will switch on exit. But Punts just gets his car ahead, wiggles the rear wing of Huso of his Toyota at Huso. Moves into second on track at least. There's a limited impact on the final race results, of course, but Punts will be happy to move back up to P2 at least. Track. Unexpected call-up, I think maybe even out of bed rather than out of his sofa to get back involved in this race. Over the apron goes Xiaomi in the 919 Porsche. Seems as though everyone's just trying to get to the end at this point. There's not much in the way of on-track battling. These drivers have been through it all, on-track and off, in the last few hours. Punts here getting held up a little bit by Renegade through Ascari. Oh, careful, boys. Side by side, cars 32 and 33. Next up on the target list for this good little battle for second place is the Aston Martin of Coming For You. And they certainly are. But which one will reach him first? Because Huso's all over the back of Punts. Both of them get the power down okay out of the first chicane. Easier said than done. Oh, and Coming For You in trying to get himself away from their line of sight, effectively. Just tried to run it around the outside a bit too much, and has ended up in the gravel. Just about keeps hold of it though, and manages to stay in his place on the road as well. Durox, meanwhile, in his own little postcode. Looks like Huso has got some company yet to come from this wood. Huso pressuring Punts as it stands with the GT situation, as I think Punts got through there. Yep, Punts is through. Huso's not letting that go without a fight though. He's right back in the slip. Oh, and Punts with a wheel on the grass there. Both of them out of the corner cleanly again. Punts there, just again dealing with some snap out of the corner. Diswood, oh, he's just going to compromise Huso a bit there. No Porsche alliances. As it stands, though, the Porsche of CP Motorsports would need to be about 1:10 clear of Coming For You to take second in this race. So I think second place is fairly secure with Coming For You at the moment. What's the gap between Huso and Coming For You? 3:26 behind for Huso. Coming For You's only about 20 seconds up the road, so it's not going to be a problem based on current form. Huntz and Huso having an absolutely wonderful battle at the moment. I think Huntz is enjoying this little impromptu extra race, you know. Spud says he's getting him a case of beer. Oh, well, might be somewhere into the case as well there. I don't know. Huso up the inside. Such great racing. Each time one of them makes even the slightest little error, the other is right down their neck, capitalising. It's what we like to see. Confirmation there from the Trackstars account saying 111.5 would be needed for car 18 to beat car 47, so that's probably out of the question. Two laps left to run for these two then. Clear in the lead, but less we worry about him right now. Punts though goes deep into the corner, contact between the two of them, both of them undamaged thankfully. What racing this is. Great physical battle between these two prototypes. Punts to the inside, surely not, bit too bold that would be. Bit wide, there goes Huso. Still pressuring Punts. Punts to the inside, outside I should say. See if he can set himself up for a good run out of Ascari. Starting his final lap now, having just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:33.622. There goes Lurox. And who's going to follow him across the line in second place in terms of the podium in the 4-hour race? Huso pretty much has it sewn up for the number 16 team. But Punts could get second within the context of this little micro race. He's up the inside into the Rettifilio. Both of them scrabbling for traction, and Huso gets more of it than Punts. Punts still right there with him though. Towards De La Roggia they go. Ooh, a little bit sideways there from the TS050 of Punts. Taps the rear end of Huso. final the final of the two Lesmos. See if he can get a good run out of Ascari. We're going to have to watch the leader across the line, of course, so we're going to have to look away for just a moment here. Oh, Punts nearly spins it, and that's all she wrote, I'm afraid. There goes Lerox to take the win here for his team, for the RoboSport entry. Car number 22. Stellar driving all day long from both Lurox and Little Blacko. Huso crosses the line for second place, both for his team and in the race itself. Punts will take third place. Good super sub driving there from Punts after the connection issues for Spud. Sharmi takes fourth position across the line. I believe also fourth position within the race for the 34 team. I think it will be P6 in the race potentially for Nismo in the second of the RoboSport cars. It was very close between Skull and himself for that. Let's see what the interval was after that first race. It was only just 11 seconds, actually, yes, so that will be sixth place for Nismo, I believe. Mitch, meanwhile, will have fifth place, just ahead of the second RoboSport car for the EVM team. Across the line goes the Belgian Toyota. Meanwhile, Justin 930 has crossed the line already to take the win in GT. And it will be an Aston Martin 1-2. The second Aston, the Mashed Spuds Racing Aston Martin of Xylon and Coming For You, will take second place ahead of the CP Motorsports Porsche of Dehuso and S1 Shiza. And that is all she wrote for this evening / this morning's racing, and I can say that now for both Australia and the UK. It's gone across days in Australia for many of our drivers now in I think it's Victoria and New South Wales. Meanwhile here it's gone from very early morning to well into the afternoon. It's been tricky at times. The game hath conspired against us at times. However, we have got to the end. And for the Lurox 22 and Little Blacko piloted RoboSport car number 22, and of course for the It's Racing Aston Martin car 95, it is a very happy result. And so, with this stream having already gone more than long enough, we will part with you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Congratulations again to all of the winners and everyone who managed to get to the end of that race. Great stuff from the CP team as well, as rightly said by Speedy Tyres there on the stream. Great stuff from everybody involved. Really enjoyed this racing. We'll see these guys, of course, next month at Fuji Speedway, but plenty more from the various Trackstars categories, formulas, saloons, and just about everything in between to come in the weeks before that, however. So stick with us, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done already, and we'll see you very soon for more action from the world of Trackstars.